The link is still the same. Take the same stream key now. The stream win and then no,
Yeah, it won't die. And like any other association, if you are a member, you show commitment through participation, through resources, through networks. And so I think we are all committed to ensure that this does not die. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, comrade. It's my singular pleasure to welcome Ambassador of the State of Israel. Your Excellency, please, will you come and touch the ribbon as a sign of future for the association? And I want to welcome everybody to applaud and join us as this happens. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
This one is the outfit.
And the motto is very, African, and we were trying to look at something that is building on the Pan-Africanism that we'll get into the next stage. Seeding the African intellectualism is actually one of the things that it's lacking in our scholarship and research, and we believe best research can come from Africa. It is not always, that things come from other parts of the world as much as we have talked about, building partnership. Something good can come from Africa. And so we believe that seeding African intellectualism is the way to go. This association, we believe that with the senior colleagues like Singo, Professor Munene here, we should be able to proceed. Before the ambassador, Professor Munene, please, you say something.
It's been all said. Thank you very much. Just an encouragement, nothing else. And it's good to see people who are younger than me being interested, because that shows that things are going to be good. Just do better than we did. And since we're talking about predators, then you can organize a symposium for students on predators. And good luck in everything.
Thank you, Prof.
Maybe two ideas. One, know the details, the land details, but then see the whole picture. And if someone tells you, you don't need to know how to get the knowledge, know how to get the knowledge, don't believe him. You should know the details, but also how to get more. Good luck. And I hope we'll find a way to cooperate also with the Israeli students.
Sorry, I'm told we need a photo. Pauline, would you want to speak to that? Yes, I'm being told there is a photo session that we missed in the morning. Please, you're most welcome outside. You will be directed as you get out there for the official photo. Then after that, we proceed for lunch. There is lunch for everybody. Then we come back. Thank you.
I mean, I break.
That okay?
No, no, I break. We can end the stream. Did we hear the kind of information? No, but I also believe that I check out. I mean, positive. I'm not getting the right frame.
Bye, everybody. Nice seeing you, and I hope to see you again.
Yeah, so we're sort of in trouble because we're supposed to be scheduled between 2 and 3. And
Excuse me,
Gambo and Ibis.
Wyatt, please, can you take a photo and then you can continue because you're doing the lunch? Please, this way. Follow this way, please. Thank you.
Shall follow virtually.
Yeah, we will have to go to another meeting at that point. So
yes,
this won't be an option. I cannot be in 2 virtual meetings at the same time.
That's right. Okay, nice meeting you. Even if you
I'm trying to reach Francis, so maybe I'm gonna get through, and then let's see.
Ciao. Ciao, Anne. Ciao, Jackson.
I'll tell you, me sound. Yeah, it's an epic sound from inside. Which one is giving us the Calabar? Chief, your neighbor, your friend saying. NDI number. Father,
Building a world where women feel empowered. As a teacher working 9 to 5, I use passion tutorials as a hobby. The YouTube Black Voices Fund allowed me to create full-time. Having access to tools and resources transformed my side hustle into my profession. In my world, passion is a superpower. What is up, beautiful people? I am Chief Adinaka from H&M Clothing, and I'm part of YouTube Black Community.
When I trust you, I don't need to understand. Make me your vessel. Make me an offering. Make me whatever you want me to be. I came here with nothing, but all you have given me. Jesus, bring new wine out of me. In the crossing.
I'm in Kalala, Shimman. Hello, it's okay.
In the soil, I now surrender. You are breaking new ground. You are breaking new ground. So make me your vessel. Make me an offering. Make me whatever you want me to be. I came here with nothing, but all you have given me. Jesus, bring you out. Kingdom is here. I lay down my old flames to carry your new fire today. where there is new wine, there is new power, there is new freedom, and the kingdom is here. I lay down my old flames to carry your new fire today. Make me your vessel, make me an offering, make me whatever you want me to be. God, I came here with nothing, but all you have given me. Jesus, bring new wine out of me. Jesus, bring new wine out of me. Jesus, bring new wine out of me. None but Jesus, crucified to set me free. Now I live to bring Him praise. There is no one else for me. None but Jesus, crucified to set me free. Now I
Recording stopped.
On time, we could be behind by maybe about 15 or 20 minutes. We shall try to see how to redeem that. But I am so humbled by our patience and just the enthusiasm that we are building in this conference. And I can assure you, we are not taking it for granted. The university, is very, very appreciative, and we just request that let's continue to be like that. I'll just give a breakdown of how the afternoon would look like. And then straight on, we shall get into the panel 3, which is the final panel that is going to give us discussion this afternoon. We are going to, do the panel, and then of course there will be Q&A. We have some colleagues who are joining online. We shall also allow them to be part and parcel of this conference. Of course, the afternoon theme is about regional defense and security. And we believe that all these 3 themes are interconnected. We are not talking about state security alone. We are also talking about human security, and so everything is interconnected. Before we proceed, I want to call upon, of course, my good friend, Comrade Singo. Please come in. I also want to call upon Dr. Nyadera to join us wherever he is. I know he's around because he's part of this panel. In a few minutes, I'll be handing over to Comrade Singo, who will pick up from here to guide the panel moving forward. But before that, I want to give a minute to the Ministry of, the Kenyan Ministry of Foreign Affairs representative, led by Dr. Fatma Abdallah, to give us just a word of wisdom from the ministry, because we all know that we are stepping on the Kenyan soil, and we are also bound to respect the government. So Fatma, please. She's representing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She's Senior Director and in the Foreign Service. And we believe it's very relevant to our gathering here. Fatma, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I wish to express my singular honor to and appreciation for being here today to this wonderful conference. And on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign and Diaspora Affairs of the Republic of Kenya. And actually, I also want to take this opportunity to echo what Professor Munene mentioned about our relations with the State of Israel, that Kenya and Israel share a sentimental attachment, and our relations predate to independence. And it's manifested through our various exchanges in terms of commonality, shared attachments in terms of cooperation in trade, cooperation in various other spheres, in people-to-people exchanges, and these relations have been nurtured and grown with time. So, and in terms of Riara University, we also have some collaborations in terms of our students. We have internship opportunities. We have currently students who are on attachments at the ministry in various directorates of the ministry. So we look forward to enhancing our collaborations, and it was an honor to be here. And I hope that the conference will have fruitful engagements and deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fatima. I think it's great. So we move to the next stage. Before I introduce my good comrade, Singo, I would like to just to welcome online followers, colleagues who are following and participating online. I think at some stage we have participants from Canada and also in Dublin who will be joining us. I'm not sure, they were busy with other things. If they don't, then Singo will inform us so that we can donate time. But we also have a colleague who is also joining from Netherlands. She's a friend of the School of International Relations and Diplomacy, and she's volunteered to follow these proceedings from morning with the intention of documenting and possibilities of publishing the, the story in one of the leading university world news. But I also want to recognize, which was not the case in the morning, the participation of one of the Pan-African Association, which is AAU, the Association of African Universities, who've been following us since morning. They've also been part and parcel of engagement as far as this conference is concerned. And Nelson from AAU, do we have Dakwa who is joining, is already with us, but I may not give him time. Please pass my regards, and that we may not have time, but we know that they are following us, and they also streaming live in Ghana and in part of West Africa, this conference, but also with the possibility of scaling this to another level, which is something we appreciate. So can I welcome, Yasmin? Please, the ICT team, please, would you allow Yasmin to have a word? And then before I introduce Comrade, the moderator for the afternoon, session. I'm waiting for Yasmin to get in.
I'm here.
I was told she's already in. Yasmin is a founder of one of the, research advocacy that is supporting our research and supporting mostly African research, something or values that we embody as an institution, but also as global collaborators. Okay, Yasmin, please, you have 90 seconds.
Okay, I'll try to go super fast. Thank you so much for the introduction and this opportunity to say a few words. I think all of us here share the same desire for a more equitable, peaceful and inclusive world that benefits everyone, especially academics of the global majority, where every academic has an equal opportunity to participate in scholarly discussion and influence the shape of our environment and society, where different ideas are embraced, heard and respected, and we work together to counter oppressive forces stifling academic freedom. So that those who have their research found and used worldwide are not just those who have the opportunity to be published in a top-tier journal, but represent the rich diversity of our global academic community. So I'm
okay?
Oh, can you not hear me?
Okay, Alex, we are waiting for her to join in.
Oh, I'm here. Can no one hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Yes, I can. Do you want me to start again?
Oh yeah, yes, please. Begin again. Okay.
Okay, I will start again. Thank you for the introduction and this opportunity to say a few words. I think all of us here share the same desire for a more equitable, peaceful and inclusive world that benefits everyone, especially academics of the global majority, where every academic has an equal opportunity to participate in scholarly discussion and influence the shape of our environment and society, where different ideas are embraced, heard and respected, and we work together to counter oppressive forces stifling academic freedom, so that those who have their research found and used worldwide are not just those who have the opportunity to be published in a top-tier journal, but represent the rich diversity of our global academic community. So I'm Yasmin, and I'm the founder of a tech startup called Acume, and this is the vision that we're working towards. For an online research sharing platform, Acume aims to connect diplomats, government and NGOs to academic experts across the world, but especially academic experts who represent or are based in the same community that they also research. Because these academics have a deeper knowledge about their community's culture, language, politics, history, how it all works and fits together. And this is not to exclude the value of outsider knowledge, but this insider knowledge can help us to avoid mistakes, expensive errors, improve alignment with the interests and needs of people and planet, and help implement local solutions for local challenges. But not only does Acume ensure the diverse representation of academics with different backgrounds and identities, we are also working to change how academic research is communicated. Because I used to work in the humanitarian aid sector, and when I was there, I never read papers because they were too long and difficult, and yet reading them would really improve my approach. And if you do read papers outside of academia, then I wish I was you. So we not only connect professionals to experts, but we transform research papers into an actionable digest, something that we call an impact summary. Our impact summaries are designed for a practitioner audience, and they aim to make it easy to learn and use new evidence to improve your work. And so we make these impact summaries in partnership with academics, and we conduct a short interview, which helps simplify the language, and then we prepare them and publish them. These summaries are then hosted on an open database available to everyone to learn from and use for free, because we believe only if academic research becomes a quick, easy, and convenient resource for governments and NGOs will it be used on a regular basis. So just to summarize, what we're trying to do is increase the representation and exposure of academics from different backgrounds, ensure research can be accessed and its use case is clearly communicated, and ultimately bridge a gap between academia and practice. So a very small tech initiative, but with the hope to become a valuable resource for everyone. And so I would really appreciate your help if you want to support us. So academics, I would love to interview you and share your research with our readers. It is free, it's fast, and I hope an enjoyable process. I'm currently working on a summary for Professor Onditi. And diplomats, I would like to invite you to use our evidence database. It's free to access and it's there. We're making it for you to access local knowledge. And we also do custom collections. And so to everyone, if you'd like to help us spread the word, that would be incredible. Yeah, invite your colleagues, join us. Our website is www.acume.org, and Professor Onditi has my personal details if you want to get in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yasmin. I think, yeah, we can proceed. So before I introduce Comrade Singo, I also want to recognize one of the visiting professors, a friend of mine, Riara University, also Professor Tisa George. All of us are very important, but we shall progressively just say hi, Professor Tisa. Yes. Very good. Professor Tisa teaches at the Texas University at Rio Grande Valley in the US, and he visits us often. And we hope that with this conference, we can take it to another level when we talk about phase 2 of the conference, or rather the project. Without wasting much time, my good friend, Comrade Singo Mwachofi, he teaches at the University of Nairobi, political science. That's where he was born, and that's where he is. He has also consulted with several organizations, including, Security Research and Information Center, where he is also the deputy director in the same. At some point, he also worked as a diplomat, representing the government of Kenya to the International Conference on Great Lake Region, which is based in Burundi. I remember working with him quite a lot. And of course, we worked with him several years at the National Defense College, which is a Ministry of Defense based in Karen. And can I testify to you that he's a good researcher, but he's also a very good trainer. And, you know, with that, I would want to believe that he's actually the right person looking at the CV and the kind of things he has done. He doesn't just look at state security as it were from the beginning, but there are also other aspects of human security that, you know, Comrade Singo has been involved in as far as I know him and as far as our professional experience has been on these issues, security. So Comrade Singo, please, you're most welcome. And to introduce your team, I'm sure you're going to do a terrific work this afternoon so that we don't sleep, we can remain alert. Welcome. Can we put our hands together for him?
Thank you, Prof, for those kind words in introducing me. Indeed, we have worked together for a long time, since I think now almost 13 years. We've worked with Professor Munene also at the Horn Institute, where we are both fellows. He's my senior, of course. And then we have worked with Professor Amutabi. He was here in the morning. I think he's left. We've worked with Dr. Mwatela. So I am here with friends, and I'm happy that I was asked to come and moderate this session today. There are two ways about doing this, which would be to introduce my team of panelists first before I speak, because I'll have to give my own remarks about the panel, or do it the other way around. I choose to speak first, and then I introduce them as they come to speak. Our panel this afternoon is on regional security and defense, challenges and opportunities. And since morning, we have heard about the fact that our region has experienced security challenges for many years. I think since independence, we have security issues at a regional level. And if you look around today, as we speak, Somalia has never stabilized. Somalia is in trouble. Ethiopia looked good, but Ethiopia has also recently been added to that list of countries with problems. South Sudan, people expected that after independence, it was going to stabilize, to be a beacon of hope. It went under. South Sudan is in bigger trouble than even probably the other two states I have mentioned. Congo is a quagmire of problems, state security, human security challenges all over. Uganda used to be another example of a state that is mired in conflict. I don't know whether we can say Uganda is stable today. I know they are suffering from challenges from insurgent groups that are targeting Uganda, but based elsewhere in DR Congo and Central African Republic and elsewhere. And the DR Congo, again, everyone knows about it. Kenya now is the latest entrant to the peace processes in Congo. I remember I was involved in the last peace process in the Congo in 2012-2014, domiciled in Kampala. Now, the latest episode is domiciled in Nairobi, spearheaded by our former president. So the problems in the Congo don't end, they continue. So you have then a region that is mired in insecurity and conflict for many years, and they seem to be cyclic. They never end. When you think they are appearing to end, they restart, or another conflict starts elsewhere. It used to be Sudan. Today, it is South Sudan. So it's a region that is in problems. And if you look through to just try to identify some of the manifestations of such challenges, I want to mention 4 or 5 briefly. I want to start with the crisis of the state. The state in the region is weak, has always been weak. And weak states are those that are not able to fulfill their mandates, okay, of securing their citizens and ensuring prosperity for their people and defending themselves internally and externally from threats. But domiciled in Eastern Congo, the ADF. So if there is a connection between Al-Shabaab and the ADF, which is in Eastern Congo, then you see it's already, it's a regional problem. So there is no way you are going to be addressing DR Congo without tying it with Somalia. And there's no way you will do that without tying with the Ugandan problems around LRA and the Southern Sudan problems that we know are going on. So then the other undercurrent on these issues is small arms and light weapons, which again, someone will speak to in our panel. Small arms and light weapons as enablers. And I am happy we have a representative from the regional organization domiciled in Nairobi that has a mandate to deal with the problem of small arms and light weapons, the REXA, Regional Center on Small Arms and Light Weapons, that I have worked with before. So proliferation of small arms and light weapons. How many countries in our region manufacture arms, AK-47 and other sophisticated weapons? Not many. How many of them manufacture bullets in large scale? Not many. How many manufacture weapons of mass destruction? Not many. So where do the weapons come from? Maybe we shall hear that from Bwana Nyadera here, who will present to us on this. And then finally, my final point is about the issue that was being discussed earlier when we were talking about actors, the external interests and dynamics. To what extent do we see external interests manifesting themselves as magnifiers of the regional security challenges that we have in our region? When you look at Congo, somebody has said, if you are a poor country, with no resources, you will not attract much attention. But if you are a poor country that has natural resources, then you will never know peace. The examples of Congo and elsewhere, and CAR, Central African Republic, countries that are endowed with massive resources, but have never known peace. Part of the reason is the external interests and dynamics that are out to control those resources, and they fund chaos, so that in the midst of those chaos, they continue to expropriate those resources. So those are my 5 points that I wanted to highlight here. In terms of responses, what do we see? One of the responses has been, of course, to increase military spending for the countries. Some of the countries have, like Kenya and Uganda, are now cited as number 3 and number 4 in terms of military expenditure, in the belief that by increasing military spending, you are going to secure yourself. It doesn't always work. In the midst of such spending and the huge budgets, insecurity continues to prevail. And then you have the issues around peacekeeping and peace building missions. The African Union is in Somalia. Now, how many years? 10. I think Kenya has been in Somalia since 2011. More than 10 years. Has the security situation there changed for the better? I don't know, but we know that Al-Shabaab continues to terrorize us and the people of Somalia. So the peacekeeping and peace building initiatives don't seem to be working, or don't seem to be as effective as they should. They have not provided a solution. And then you have what is going on now, these regional peace initiatives. This, sometimes we call it shuttle diplomacy, shuttle peacekeeping diplomacy, or these ad hoc peace processes. In Congo, we had the initiative led by President Obasanjo in 2008, 2009, and President Mkapa. Then we had the initiative led by President Museveni under the ICGLR and the African Union process in 2012, 2014. Now we have the ESC initiative that is spearheaded by Kenya, our former president, Kenyatta. Same issues remain. Agreements are reached that are never implemented. And so it remains cyclic. This discussion on small arms and light weapons, and the REXA representative is here. I got first involved about small arms and light weapons in 2000, the year 2000 in Jinja, where we had a regional meeting to discuss the issues there. The same issues being discussed today on small arms and light weapons were those we were talking about in 2000. So things are not working clearly. So the responses are not working. So the hope is that our panel today could be creative in telling us about perhaps what we need to do differently to try to mitigate regional security challenges that we continue to face. That said, and to save time, it's now my pleasure to welcome our panelists today, that we have designed this panel in such a way that they will respond to certain questions derived from the general opening remarks that I've made and the manner in which the panel is designed by our organizers. The first person to go will be Cohen. Cohen will respond to the question, what is the role of external powers in fighting or sustaining insurgency in the Eastern African region and the Great Lakes region? Role of external powers. I'll say briefly who Cohen is. I think you have the program, so you know the bio for him, but I just want to say briefly about Cohen. Cohen is a Turkish expert. He's not Turkish by nationality, but he's an expert on Turkey, I want to believe. He's the Turkey expert at Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security and the Moshe Dayan Center for Middle Eastern and African Studies at Tel Aviv University in Israel. He received his doctorate from Tel Aviv University School of History and is a senior lecturer at the same institution. In 2015, he was awarded the Dan David Prize Scholarship in the category of Past, Retrieving the Past, Historians and Their Sources. Yeah, and he has published quite a number of textbooks on Turkey. So he will speak first on the issue that I have raised. And I think it's better that I give him a chance now to speak, and then I will introduce the other members as they come to speak to us. Cohen, please, you have 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure being here. First of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude to my hosts, to Israeli Embassy, and as well as the Riara University. Thank you very much once again. Today, I'm going to answer this question. What is the role of external powers in fighting or sustaining insurgency in the Eastern African region? First of all, we should understand the modus operandi of the states. How do they act? They are providing weapons, material. They are providing direct military support. They are providing mercenaries, fighters, financial resources, propaganda, training, intelligence. When we are looking at the Eastern Africa, we are seeing that China, Iran, Turkey, and the United Arab Emirates are appearing as the most important actors in the region. In order to analyze this, in order to answer this question, I would like to focus on two different war theaters. Of course, we all know that I'm going to speak about Ethiopia and Somalia. And we all know that Ethiopian war, thank God, now it's over, and I wish that it will not resume. But now, when we are looking at the state's intervention, so we see that the Ethiopian federal government could basically thwart the attacks of the Tigray forces, thanks to the Emirati, Iranian, and Chinese UAVs. And later, beginning from 2021, we began also see that the Turkish UAVs, the Bayraktars, began to be dispatched to the Ethiopian federal government. And since I'm a Turkey expert, now I would like to focus especially on Turkey and on Turkey's involvement in Eastern Africa. But first of all, let me remind you that Turkey does not see itself as an outsider. The Turkish Ottoman Empire ruled in this land, I mean, in Northern Africa, beginning from 1517 until 1912. So Turkey under Erdogan, which is adopting a neo-Ottoman foreign policy, from their perspective, it is very much natural that they are going back to Africa. And they are doing it in a very gradual, but in a very well-organized manner. In 2005, then Prime Minister Erdogan declared that year, 2005, as the Africa year. And as beginning from 2008, Turkey became a partner for the African Union. But since we have to speak about the Turkish UAVs and the Turkish military involvement. So first of all, I would like to mention the successes of the Turkish military industry. Recently, we all witnessed the Nagorno-Karabakh war between Armenia and Azerbaijan. I guess you all are familiar with the success of the Bayraktar UAVs. We also happen to see them in Ukraine-Russia war, as well as Syria, Libya, and nowadays we also, recently we also saw them in Ethiopia. I would like to provide you some figures. In 2020, the Turkish defense and aviation sector's exports to the African continent at large stood at $82.9 million, and in the year after 2021, it reached to $460 million. This is almost more than 5 times. This is very important. And of course, if we are speaking about Ethiopia, we have to underline the fact that Erdogan, while he visited this country, he also signed a military cooperation agreement with the Ethiopian government. And of course, the Ethiopian government received 6 Bayraktars, and they will soon receive 13 Bayraktars more. Today, when we are looking at Africa, Djibouti, Somalia, Libya, Niger, Morocco, Togo, and Ethiopia are considered as the active customers of the Turkish industry. But I'm not only speaking about the Turkish UAVs. When we are speaking about the Turkish armored vehicles, the Turkish company BMC also produced an armored vehicle called Kirpi, which means the hedgehog. This product was exported to Burkina Faso, Chad, Mali, Mauritania, Nigeria, and Niger, right? And when we are looking from the African point of view, we are seeing that being a partner with Turkey is easier, for instance, to become a partner of France. Turkey is doing its best in order to launch this drone diplomacy. In their opinion, this is kind of a game changer. And apart from the drones, Turkey is also supporting its actions with its soft power. For instance, in Somalia, they built a hospital, they rebuilt the airport, the seaport, and they also integrated the biggest military base that it is located outside of Turkey. They dispatched their 200 soldiers, and they are training more than 10,000 soldiers. They also dispatched there in Somalia tanks and the UAVs. And we all happen to know that these troops were also sent to Eritrea so that they can fight against the Tigrays during the Ethiopian war. And Besides that, so you may ask why Turkey is coming to Somalia. Of course, I already told you that, you know, the grandiose dreams of neo-Ottomanism, but besides that, Turkey is investing in Somalia because of energy. The previous speakers already mentioned that Somalia and Kenya had some disagreements regarding the maritime delimitation. So in 2020, Somalia openly invited Turkey to conduct research to discover hydrocarbon reserves, and Turkey already dispatched the necessary technology to conduct such research in Somalia. And if they will be able to find such hydrocarbon reserves, I think it will create a real headache for the Kenya government in its relations with Turkey. And I think I will stop here before getting a red card from the referee. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I would love to, of course, address to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cohen, for that exposition of Turkish interests and involvement in the Horn of Africa, particularly in Somalia. And when I was listening to you, and when you were detailing about how much Turkey is spending in Africa, how much it's now focusing on Somalia, I was waiting for you to ask the question, why? Why the interest in Somalia? And you have answered it, energy. Because we were told in the morning, there is never any lunch or coffee or tea for free, you know? So if they are doing this, there must be a reason. It's energy. You will also notice that other powers like China, as we had in the morning, have also are in the process of or have opened military bases in the Horn. Somalia, I mean, the French and the Americans were the first ones to open military bases. The question is, why? Energy. And you have pointed out that this is going to create a headache for Kenya. I think the headache is already there because, yes, you know, Kenya has a dispute with Somalia over the maritime boundary, which was ruled upon by the ICJ, and Kenya promptly said that they did not recognize that ruling. So that is still pending. So if Turkey is coming and others are coming, then the problems might increase instead of them being reduced. And then, so with those few remarks, I think I want to welcome the next speaker in our panel. And that next speaker will speak to the issue that I raised earlier about small arms and light weapons. The question is, how does the increased possession of small arms and light weapons by civilian populations affect the peace and stability of the Horn of Africa? And to speak on this is none other than Dr. Nyadera, who is, I want to just briefly introduce him. Dr. Nyadera teaches international relations at the Egerton University and also here at Riara University. So he's a faculty. Those who come from here know him. He's a Charles E. Schade. I don't know whether I will pronounce Germans and German names properly. He's a Charles E. Schade Fellow for Genocide and Mass Atrocity Prevention at the Jimmy and Rosalynn Carter School for Peace and Conflict Resolution at the George Mason University in the US, and was awarded the Kautilya Fellowship in 2016. He holds fellowships from the the University of Macau, and has been a visiting researcher at the Department of Economics and Political Science at the University of Milan in Italy. Nyadera will speak to us on this thorny problem of small arms and light weapons. Please welcome Nyadera. Let us give him a few claps before he comes in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As already mentioned, I will be looking at a specific question. How does the proliferation or possession of small and light weapons by civilian populations impact on the peace and stability of the Horn of Africa? Now, to address this question, I'm going to divide my presentation into three. I will begin by asking the question, why is this topic on small and light weapons important in the short and in the long term. I will then examine why the Horn of Africa is vulnerable to the problem of small and light weapons. And then I will look at the implications of small and light weapons in the Horn of Africa. Now, there seems to be a realization and consensus that small and light weapons are a serious threat to both international, regional, and national security. And to just understand whether the issue of small and light weapons is important, there has been a plethora of initiatives that have been established to try and deal with the issue of small and light weapons. There are quite a number, but I'll mention two. For example, here in Africa, the African Union Silencing the Gun Initiative is one of those programs that aims to deal with the problem of small and light weapons. Individual countries in the continent, for example, Kenya, used its 1 month United Nations Security Council presidency in October of 2021 to organize a thematic discussion on illicit small arms and light weapons proliferation and how that threatens peacekeeping operations in Africa. So you can see that both states and international organizations are equally concerned about the issue of small and light weapons. I'm also glad that the organizers of this particular event saw it wise to include this particular topic as a thematic area for discussion. Now, despite these many efforts, statistical evidence that are available show a very worrying trend. Databases such as the Small Arms Survey estimates that there are over 100 million small arms and light weapons in Africa alone. Now, if you try to look at the ratio, it means in a population of about 1.3 billion people, there is one small weapon per about 130 people. So that's really a worrying trend. But it's not just about the number of small and light weapons that are known. It is the number of small and light weapons that are unknown, that are in the hands of the wrong people, that is of great concern to both policymakers and law enforcers. So this is because basically small and light weapons are easily concealable. These are weapons that can be made from home. These are weapons that in many cases have no serial numbers or their serial numbers have been distorted, so making them untraceable in case they have been used to commit crimes. More importantly, there is no limitation on who, when, and where these small and light weapons can be accessed. But for the case of the Horn of Africa, it even gets worse because challenges such as corruption, institutional weaknesses, as well as inadequate monitoring systems makes even licensed small and light weapons end up in the wrong hands. So it's not just the weapons that are not licensed, but we are talking about even weapons that are in the hands of law enforcement agencies and sometimes may end up in the wrong hands. So why is the Horn of Africa vulnerable to small and light weapons? I begin by emphasizing that the problem of small and light weapons is not unique to the Horn of Africa alone. In fact, this is a global phenomenon. If you look at countries such as the United States, countries like Mexico, countries like Colombia, the Philippines are having a serious crisis with gun violence, among other things. And this means that the problem of small and light weapons is a global challenge. However, here in the Horn of Africa, there are some unique factors and characteristics that make the burden of illicit small arms and light weapons even more problematic in the region. Number one is the colonial and Cold War factors. These are historical factors with long-standing implication on the region. Now, during the struggle for independence, a lot of small and light weapons ended up in the hands of civilians. Now, most of us might not have been there during the struggle for independence, but if you look at the case of South Sudan, which was struggling for independence very recently, it paints a picture of what would have happened. After the independence of South Sudan, for example, very many small and light weapons remained in the hands of civilians. And those arms have never been retrieved. When it comes to the issue of the Cold War, the Cold War conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union saw the two superpowers supporting different factions in the region. This led to a lot of small arms and light weapons making their way into the region, and some of those weapons are still in possession of civilians up to date. More importantly, and this is the second point, civil wars that began in the early 1990s and have continued to date have also led to the problem of proliferation of small and light weapons. The conflict, for example, in Somalia, conflicts between in Ethiopia, as well as conflicts in the DRC, as well as Rwanda. The third issue, which is of importance, is the political and structural violence that goes on in the region. Now, these two factors, political and structural violence, are less known issues, but tend to push certain segments of our communities to seek small and light weapons. Now, that one is an area that needs to be expanded on, but because of time, I'll not touch on it. The fourth factor is the geographical factors. The Horn of Africa is characterized by porous and expansive borders that are largely ungoverned, and this makes the movement of small and light weapons quite easy. Now, the impact of this border or geographical factor can be seen in countries that even on the surface look to be quite peaceful, such as Tanzania, which is now struggling with the problem of small and light weapons. Weapons from Burundi, as well as the DRC Congo, have found their way into cities such as Kigoma and Dar es Salaam and are causing havoc there. So what is the implication of these small and light weapons? Number one, they have caused a vicious circle of violence and instability. And when you talk about a vicious circle, we are saying that the possession of these small and light weapons have made even non-state actors to challenge states' legitimacy and monopoly on the use of force. We can see this in the TPLF case in Ethiopia, where a group of civilians can take on the government and give them a good run for their money. The problem in the fragmented groups within the SPLM in South Sudan, the Lord's Resistance Army in Uganda, as well as the M23 in the DRC, we are seeing that possession of small and light weapons is causing a vicious circle of unending, protracted violence between these rebel groups and the government. The second impact is the threat to human security, where the presence of these small and light weapons have led to the undermining of economic and social activities in many areas. It has led to displacement of people who are now living in deplorable conditions, among other things. The third implication is that the small and light weapons continue to exacerbate intercommunal conflict, especially in multicultural societies. Now, some of these multicultural intercommunal conflicts are not new, they are very historical, but the presence of these small and light weapons have increased the intensity as well as the impact of those violence. So we are seeing more deaths as well as more injuries arising as a result of these weapons. The fourth issue is that there's been increased poaching. So poachers are benefiting from the presence of small and light weapons. They are using these weapons to target even bigger animals like elephants, among other animals. The fifth issue is that the presence of small and light weapons have led to increased terrorist attacks. If you can recall cases of terrorism in the Westgate Mall, the Dusit Mall, as well as the Garissa University, the weapons that were being used in those attacks were basically small and light weapons. Lastly, the presence of these small and light weapons have led to kidnappings, assassinations, as well as increased armed robberies. Those of you who live here in Nairobi can attest that in the last few months, there has been increased cases of armed robberies and insecurity in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping time. We were having only 1 minute left in your time, and you have really managed well. So thank you so much. I am happy with that. Thank you very much, Dr. Nyadera, for your intervention. In fact, one of the things that you have mentioned in your intervention will open to the next speaker. But before I come there, I would like to highlight something related to what you have just told us about the problems associated with the small arms and light weapons in our region. One of the problems why this challenge has not been eradicated has to do with the approaches that have been used by governments in the region, whether you are talking about our own government here in Kenya, or in Uganda, or in South Sudan, or in Ethiopia, or in DR Congo. And the problem has been governments approaching the problem of small arms and light weapons from a state-centric security point of view. State-centric theories of security talks about what it means for the state to be secure. The state, first and foremost, defends itself from external threats, securing borders. But then if you approach small arms and light weapons from a point of view of securing borders, you miss out on the human security aspect, because you have people who have acquired firearms, communities that are armed illegally, and they are armed because for them it's a matter of survival. If you don't have that gun, your source of livelihood is gone. And so if you approach this from a human security point of view, you would ask yourself, what can we do to ensure that the communities are safe and that they don't need those guns at all? So that has been a challenge. Thank you very much, Bwana Nyandera. The other thing that maybe you could have mentioned is about the initiatives that are spearheaded by our brother here, the Nairobi Protocol, the implementation of the Nairobi Protocol, which is signed by about 13, 14 regional states, and which has established the Regional Center on Small Arms and Light Weapons in Nairobi here, funded by those governments to spearhead implementation of that protocol. So thank you very much. I think this now opens the door to hear another dimension of our regional security issues and the challenges, the aspect of human security. Where is the implication? Where is the impact? Where is the relationships here between the challenges we are talking about here and human security? And the question that the next speaker will address specifically will be on, let me look for it. Where's my notes? He will look at the question, what is the place for human security frameworks that can reshape the debate towards comprehensive human-centric approaches? If we approached this problem, for example, of arms and other challenges from a human security approach, perhaps we can get a solution. And the person to speak to this is none other than our brother, Dr. Joseph Wasonga. Dr. Joseph Wasonga holds a PhD from Wits University in South Africa, and he teaches political science and international relations at KU, Kenyatta University. Kenyatta University is at the other side of town for the people who are visitors in Nairobi. And Dr. Wasonga's research interests are in the politics of international criminal justice, peace and security, forced displacement, foreign policy, and international political economy. He has a number of journal articles and chapters on peace and security in Africa, social movements in Africa, and the politics of international criminal justice and security intelligence. He has also written on women in politics and conflict situations. And you will agree with me then that he is the right person to speak to us today on human security. Welcome, Dr. Wasonga. Can we give him a hand of applause before he comes in? Karibu sana, Dr. Wasonga. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Yeah, I'm asked to say something about human security, and there's also always a tendency to draw conceptual distinction between human security and national security. And I would wish to ask, in the context of the Great Lakes region and the Horn of Africa, can we realistically in human security and national security or state-centric security? This question is significant. Why? Because when the state cannot subdue insurgents, then can people go around doing their work in the gardens. So state security or state-centric security and human security in my analysis or in this presentation are interlinked. I won't go into highlighting this insecurity situation in the Horn of Africa. I will go straight to my presentation. And in this presentation, I argue that we need to mainstream the role of the state in human security discourse and practice. So whereas existing discourses have intelligibly argued that human security actors can complement the state, I argue differently, that the state should be the central actor even with respect to human security. There is a tendency to consider the state as just one of the providers of human security alongside other non-state actors, international organizations, NGOs, individuals. My argument is that with reference to the situation in the Horn of Africa, the role of the state is central in ensuring human security. And drawing from experience, you know that human security is more acute in countries with weak state system than in regions which experience political stability. In human security discourse, the state is considered just as one of the actors, I've mentioned that, and even part of the problem itself. But I wish to argue differently that the weakness or legitimacy of state does not eliminate its centrality in ensuring that human security prevails. The point is that the state is strong. If the state is strong and stable, then human security is likely to prevail or thrive. And experience shows that even with so much humanitarian interventions, the state still has the primary or the principal function. In a world of vested interest, the state should not be relegated or made limited in the pursuit of human security. The state should be considered the central security provider. Its stability and legitimacy are the main sources of protection of its citizens from any kind of threats. The strengthening of national authorities should be the central strategy to ensure the protection of the people. In this case, the world has witnessed a very strong state system in the national sense, but with limited levels of human development, individual freedom, and individual choices. However, in such system, the state remains inherently insecure, even in the classical sense. In other words, we argue that a state which cannot get a guarantee individual well-being is inherently insecure, no matter its ability to safeguard against external or internal threats. The state, therefore, is central to the realization of human security, and human security is necessary for the realization of national security. It is like chicken and egg conundrum. The state which prioritizes national security over human security in effect remains insecure, even in the classical sense. And the state, and the state which prioritizes human security of its people in the final analysis becomes secure, even in the classical sense. Experiences in the Horn of Africa, as elsewhere, demonstrate that insurgencies, rebellions, and many other forms of internal strife arise from grievances. Grievances in turn give opportunity for subjective interest to germinate. These grievances also provide entry point to external interests that affect national stability. So the promotion of political pluralism, freedom of thought and speech, and personal freedom, ensuring human security in turn, will politically enhance national security. So in my thinking, you might disagree with me. The distinction between national security and human security is not appropriate with respect to the situation especially in the Horn of Africa, because we need a strong state system which guarantees the well-being of the people, which can subdue insurgencies, but also can provide basic freedoms of individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wasonga. I think I have been lucky that all my panelists have kept time. I'm quite happy about it. Thank you so much. Yes. Dr. Wasonga, when he was speaking, listening to him carefully, I concluded that he belongs to the Machiavellian tradition of international relations. Machiavelli argues for a strong state. Strong state. In all aspects, the leader, the state itself, the state institutions must be strong. And so for him, you cannot achieve human security if the state is weak. And I think I started by saying in my opening remarks that part of the challenges to regional security has been the weakness of the state and its apparatus. A colleague of mine called Professor Musambai Katumanga, I think you know him, argues that the post-colonial state experiment in Africa has failed. So we should just forget about it, because 60 years later, we have never been able to make any headway in strengthening our states. I don't know what you think about it. But I picked one important line from Dr. Wasonga here, which says that you strengthen the state to ensure that human security is secured. So for him, the end result, just like Machiavelli, is a strong state. If you have a state that is strong, then human security challenges will not occur or will be minimal. And he ties this to the issues we had talked about earlier about the causes of insurgency. The insurgencies we see in our neighboring countries, in our region, arise out of what? Out of grievances. And some of those grievances are human security related. So address them in the effort to strengthen the state, and you will have no challenges you can call or you can attribute to whether human or state-centric challenges. So I think overall, you have heard from our panelists that they have tied quite a number of the issues that we came up with, whether it's small arms and light weapons, whether it's a question of external powers in the context of Turkey, in the Horn of Africa, and now the issues surrounding human security dynamics. To conclude the panel, I will welcome Dr. Robinson, who is our discussant, to just sort of like wrap it up, to provide perspectives, maybe to provoke us in the Q&A, so that we can be probably able to expand the debate that we already started in this panel. Dr. Colin D. Robinson is a military-focused academic researcher. So we have a military man without uniform in our midst. Yeah. From 2018 to 2020, he was a military expert on an EU-funded project focusing on Somalia in Nairobi. And he retains particular interest in developments there, developments in Somalia. Perhaps from a military point of view, he might tell us one or two things why Somalia remains the way it is. So he spent much of 2020, 2022 as an adjunct professor for the East School of Professional Military Education, United States Air Force, Air University, teaching on military decisions and strategy. He previously worked for the UN in Georgia and Liberia, and he completed his doctorate in 2012 in the UK, where he also worked, and he has also worked for the University of Liberia from 2016 to 2017. He has worked for the New Zealand Defense Establishment in 1999, 2005, 2012, 2015. So we have in our midst a military expert to speak to us on these issues on defense, tying them with regional security dynamics, and particularly in light of some of the themes that we have highlighted today. So let me welcome Dr. Robinson with a clap of the hand, please, to discuss the presentations made by the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Within the last week, I was asked to serve as discussant on this panel, and as the panelists started talking, I started to think what would be a unifying factor in the kinds of different issues that we were looking at: external powers, human security, and small arms and light weapons, all these kinds of things. And my memory was drawn back to over 15 years ago now, when I started to be employed by the New Zealand Army, looking at what they called their future land operating concept. How to think about what kind of wars the New Zealand Army would need to fight from 2015 and onwards. And a number of those kinds of themes struck me very heavily. Basically, to quote Comrade Slingo, the project of the post-colonial state has failed in Africa, but it was not the first project of the state that failed. Colonial powers did not leave strong democracies. They were not intending to build strong democracies, and they did not leave strong democracies. Their colonies, in many cases, were supposed to be self-sustaining. The new African states were suspended over the population without effective linkages. You had the state structures, you had state leaders, which were not particularly connected to their populations. It just wasn't the way that Chilean states were built in Europe. Weak states and weak borders frozen by the Cairo Declaration. And a lack of strong democratic attributes. And what that made me think about in terms of where we go now is that the same kind of resource scarcity and shortages, the same kind of weakening and withering away, really, to get Marxist, of the state is what we face as the climate disasters of this century beat faster, come upon us. Fights over energy, weak borders, weak states with a lack of strong, cohesive social structures, lack of democratization, external powers desperately looking for more energy resources as the century goes on. Extensive shortages of water, extensive shortages of electricity, gas, oil, growing population growth, and incapacity to deal with that growing population growth, and a less educated population as the education resources are overwhelmed. Easily smugglable, large amounts of small arms and light weapons, often produced in the Eastern Bloc. Desertification, droughts, as we see in Samburu, as we see in Turkana, as we see the screams coming out of Somalia every day. Increasing conflict. Gradually increasing levels of violence as the climate disasters get worse and the external powers continue to go looking for more and more valuable, less and less available resources. Weak states assailed by the climate deterioration that the assessment reports continue to note. The latest assessment report, as I've already raised earlier today, says that large parts of Africa will become completely uninhabitable by 2175. So what we have is not a strong state. We will not have strong states, not in the long term. We have had the strongest the state is going to be in Africa, and from now it is all going to go downhill. Weak states eventually destroyed by conflict, desertification, withdrawal of Western resources, because they'll need those at home. I know my country, New Zealand, will be looking for its own resources closer to home as we are assailed by potentially millions of refugees out of Asia. So we unfortunately, nothing that I see will imply a strong state system going into the future. What we will see is disappearing states as the last of the outside resources are eventually evacuated from Africa in the time frame from anywhere from 2150 to 2175 to 2200. To fight this, the best thing that can possibly be done is effective, meaningful democratization, democratic attributes to build a cohesive, workable society that where different social groups are able to adjust between themselves, because otherwise the future is extremely bleak. Thank you.
Thank you again very much, Dr. Robinson, for keeping to time. You did not even exhaust your 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Robinson has concluded on a very low note for me personally, because he says that we are not going to have strong states in Africa going forward. We are likely to see a spiraling down. So things can only get worse. And this makes me particularly sad because this year I have been to 3 first world countries. 3. Belgium, Switzerland, and guess which other one? South Korea. South Korea is not in the north, in the dichotomy of north-south, the global north and global south. South Korea should be properly in the global south, but it is not. Along with Singapore, I've never been to Singapore. Along with Singapore, South Korea and Singapore should give us hope, Dr. Robinson, that we can become a strong state. We can become strong states because they were able to do it. I first visited the developed world in 2003 in America, and I landed at Logan Airport in Boston. I landed at night, and I was amazed by the infrastructure from Logan Airport to the city center in Boston. I had to come back early in the morning to first and foremost see properly during daylight what I had witnessed. And I concluded that it will take us 200 years, we in Africa, to get to the level where the Americans are in terms of infrastructure. And that was before I went to New York. But in September, when I went to South Korea, Ambassador Lotem, I was amazed because, in my opinion, the metro system in Seoul is better than what I've seen in London and New York. South Korea has done wonders for itself and its own people. It has developed its own people. And when I asked how they did it, I was told, simple. We focused on human resource development. But I also added something else that they must have focused on. That is accountability and strong governance systems, not using public resources for personal enrichment through corruption networks. That was my conclusion. So I want to think that, Robinson, we have a chance in this country and in Africa to lift ourselves out of the problems we have: insecurity, poverty, and development. We can become a South Korea if indeed it is true that we lend money. The government of President Kenyatta in 1965 lent money to Singapore, $10 million US. We lend money to Singapore, but we also lent them something else. They took our sessional paper number 10 of 1965 and implemented it in Singapore. And today, Singapore is a first world country. We are in the 5th or 6th or 7th world. So it's all about commitment, yeah, of the people and of the leadership. So I want to say that I am hopeful we can be able to lift ourselves up and develop. We should not disappear completely. We shouldn't. So now this brings me then to the end of my panel. Thank you so much, my panelists. I want us to just clap for them again.
The other wonder I have heard is Israel. I have never been to Israel. I hope Ambassador Lotem can get me a ticket to go to Israel. I hear that in Israel, they export food, but Israel is mostly a desert. So I want to see what they are doing, what we can replicate here in our country. So as I open Q&A, I want to start to be selective first, because I want us to give a chance to our friend from Texas, to comment, to make a commentary of what this panel has presented, including the ideas we have heard from the discussant, Dr. Robinson. So just 1 or 2 minutes, Dr. Atisa, to make a commentary on our panel in 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm sincerely grateful for the open discussions you've had. I just wanted to begin by saying that listening to all the panelists, there is a saying that goes that if you want to understand your past, look at your past decisions. And also, if you want to understand your tomorrow, look at your present actions. Looking at the conversations right now, the panel, specifically, they've highlighted the causes of insecurity. For me, I just want to divide that into two. The direct causes, which I think were started by Dr. Coyne, and going down to everything else regarding state security, state strength, and institutions. There are also the underlying causes that I don't think we've quite touched. And those underlying causes, I want to put them in the context of young people investing in factors that create employment. Research shows that in any country, when unemployment begins to spike beyond 45%, problems start to crop in. And I want to agree with Dr. Robinson on that, because I think Kenya is on that kind of verge whereby unemployment for young people is going up. Unemployment for young people in this region is going up. What do you expect for them to do when they're faced with options from being radical terrorists because they have nothing to lose, and begin just hope that they'll be good people sitting at home waiting to die, when there are certain opportunities which sometimes we don't want to welcome, we don't want to hear, but they're presented with these opportunities which are just radical, bad, but because they have no options, they take them up. What can we do as governments to make sure that the safety, we invest in our young people, we create structures and spend money wisely so that we can prevent such things from arising? Another thing I just want to comment briefly that you didn't touch as panelists, given what is listed in the title here, is what opportunities exist from these conversations that we've had. Do we see any opportunities that we can tap into so that we can begin to bring changes? This is a difficult question, but I believe that it's a shared problem regionally. We have the resources, and the problem is we've allowed these predatory corporate, global corporate organizations to come and take over decisions locally, mismanage, and basically create conditions that favor their own benefits. It's a resource curse. DRC is a resource curse country. How do we make sure that DRC benefits from their own resources? These governments should not be investing in military. Go there and ask the government to get its act together. It's difficult. I only had 2 minutes. Thank you so much. And I hope we can think through that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Atisa. Thank you so much for weighing in on our panel and asking a very, very good question. I mean, what opportunities exist that we can tap on? Ambassador, you want to respond? Please.
Will abuse my position and take a minute. Opportunity. So one opportunity, just to give you an example, as Dr. Chai Cohen said on Turkey. I mean, you can look at it negatively, another predator comes to the region, or you can say, wow, that gives me an opportunity, even for Israelis, to do things together in energy. In the morning, we heard Kenya or Africa is an experiment site for scientists who want to develop whatever drug. Israel was lovely, thankful. Pfizer, we were an experimental land for the vaccine of Pfizer. We were very happy with it, believe me. So it depends if you see it as an obstacle or an opportunity. And I beg to differ on the term predator, because if you have a predator, you have a victim. I hope and I pray that most people will not feel and behave like victims. It doesn't lead you anywhere. One point on the small arms, and from the Israeli experience, when you have channels of small arms, you have women trafficking, you have drugs. And last, again from the Israeli experience, it's not only about a strong government blocking small arms. Believe me, our border with Gaza and Lebanon is very short. And still, things go through. It takes more than this. And I would ask you, okay, you want a fence? As an Israeli ambassador, I'll be glad to sell you one. But would be on the account of these dying kids from in oncology in Kenyatta Hospital? What budget? Where do you want the budget to go? So the solution probably is to do something in Somalia, not necessarily in Kenya.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for weighing in on the issue of opportunities. You have cited two, working together on issues of energy, and number two, addressing the problem of small arms and light weapons from its sources, dealing with where the problem is, the collapsed state of Somalia, for example, and elsewhere. I want to now open what we call the Q&A session. We will take first 3 questions or comments to the panel, and then when we address those, we can address others later. The first person who had a hand up was the lady behind there, the lady with a mask. Then from there, we shall get to the gentleman in a nice suit, and then we shall hear from the head of East African Affairs from the Israeli embassy. You didn't have your hand up? Oh, I thought you handed you up. We have another gentleman there who will speak. Do we have a microphone there, or I come with this one? Yeah, no, Professor, you can sit. I will take it. Yeah. Okay. And please just pose a question. Don't go into explanations. Just straight away ask the question. Thank you. We can't hear you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Aurelia. For the students from Egerton University, and my question goes directly to the panel about the role of external powers in initiating security aids and insurgencies in the region. So my question goes directly to the US-Africa relations, and we have seen a number of efforts done by the US to intervene in African insurgencies. And I narrowed down my question to is the implementation of the 2007 US-Africa Command a humanitarian aid or military intervention to address the issue of insurgencies in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. She has a two-pronged question: role of external powers in insurgency, and particularly the issue of the 2007 US African Command. Was it a military or a humanitarian intervention? So the panel is taking those two questions. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Major Saitoti. I work with the KDF, but currently a staff at the International Peace Support Training Center. I had a number of questions, but in the interest of time, I'm only going to limit myself to two. The first one was supposed to have been directed to Professor Ontiti, who is not here, but I'm sure the panel will be able to answer. And it touches on peace dividend, you know, a slogan that has been in existence since, you know, the post-Vietnam period and the dissolution of USSR, in terms of a decrease in military spending in one way or another causes, you know, an improvement in economic development. So I wanted a comment from Professor when he did allude in the beginning that he is not able to see the correlation between an increase in military spending in Kenya, for example, where he cited Kenya and Uganda having been ranked number 3 and 4 in terms of military spending, and the result that we are seeing in the counterinsurgency operation. And I'm asking that because the question we should be asking ourselves here today is, how do you measure success in counterinsurgency operation? For you to be able to say whether there is a correlation between an increase in military spending and a decrease in insurgency. My second question goes to Dr. Cohen. As a military officer, you know, Dr. Singo has said that it was a very low note for our gentleman to say that he is not likely to see, you know, African states not getting weaker. I also want to posit that conflict is going to be with us in the longest time that we can imagine. Conflict and insecurity is not going anywhere. The only thing that is going to happen is that the nature of conflict is going to change. And I'm saying that because we are all aware that security is basically two things. One, it is freedom from fear and freedom from want. That when we address the problem of freedom from fear, we still have the challenge of freedom from want. Are we able to look at those two things and address them conclusively and say that we have dealt with insecurity? And just to add on to that, you brought out the issue, Dr. Cohen, about Turkey having, you know, very specific interest in the maritime in Somalia. And we of course know that the dispute is, you know, is affecting as a country, is affecting Kenya as a country. So where do we stand in terms of being ahead of this conflict that we foresee? Because the conflict might come. Where do we see ourselves doing, or what do we see ourselves doing as a country to make sure that we are ahead of this curve in the conflict that we are likely to face? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Major Saitoti. I will summarize again these questions because I want to summarize again for my panel so that they can just remind themselves. The first issue is about what you are calling peace dividends, and how do we measure? And the professor has come. Professor Onditi, there was a question directed at you about when you gave the statistics that show that both Uganda and Kenya have been cited for increased military expenditure. And yet the results on the ground don't show stability, don't show improvement in tackling security challenges. The question Major Saitoti is asking is, how do you measure correlation between military insurgency, military spending, especially on tackling insurgency, and stability, the results? How are you able to see the results and measure them? Then the other question was about conflict and insecurity. Is actually basically what Major Saitoti is talking about is the whole issue of human security, because human security as defined by the UN is freedom from fear and freedom from want. Now, his argument is, his question is, how do you balance? Because if you were to balance, that was not directed to you, that is for the panel, particularly for the gentleman who spoke on human security. How do you balance? How do you ensure that you are able to achieve both? Because if you achieve both optimally, then some of the challenges we are talking about won't be there. Then Turkey interests in Somalia. Where do we stand? What do we do as Kenya, for example, to ensure that the scenario that Cohen was talking about does not arise, Kenya being sorry in the long run? Let's address those questions first, because there are many and important. Then you can come for another round after that, please. Who will go first?
So we'll deal with the question in the United States, especially its 2007 establishment of the US command in the region. You're asking whether this is an humanitarian intervention on generally the role of external powers in counterinsurgency operation. I think when we look at the role, and this will be more of a Western or a Eurocentric perspective on the establishment of the US command in Africa, I think there are three reasons why the United States established the command here. Number one is the transnational nature of threats. The United States particularly views contemporary threats as being transnational. So what is happening in Africa can easily impact on the US national security, and based on that, they may want to be involved in the source of the threat. The second reason from a US point of view could be its global ambition. Countries like the United States establishing their military bases overseas is a sign of global power and prestige, and that can also be a good reason why the United States established the US command here. The third reason could be Africa, in particular the conflicts that are going on here, are providing the United States with a good opportunity to give their troops experience in real combat, which is something that you cannot get easily elsewhere. So whether the United States is intervening in these counterinsurgencies for the benefit of Africa, I'm not sure, but certainly the United States as a country is likely to benefit from its involvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the response. Let's just go around through the panel for the other responses.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just asking, how do we balance between freedom of one, freedom of appear and freedom of ones? So it's brief. The rule of law. Do we have the institutions that can ensure that the rule of law prevails? That's number one. As a society, are we predisposed to respecting the rule of law? Thank you.
First of all, I would like to underline that Turkey began to penetrate into Somalia beginning from 2011. They inaugurated their biggest embassy there. And as we already mentioned from the beginning of our event, as they love to say in Turkish, they are not doing this for the beautiful eyes of the Africans. They are doing it because they have solid interests. And given the fact that the Turkish economy is in a grave situation, we all happen to know that the Turkish lira is experiencing a very unprecedented devaluation today. So Turkey needs to find new resources for its economy. And of course, they know that nobody will provide them if they're not going to invest something. So since 2011, Turkey already invested $1 billion into Somalia. What they did with that money, of course, they did soft power projects like building hospitals, mosques. The Turkish non-governmental organizations, Islamic foundations are providing humanitarian aid. The Turkish Red Crescent is also acting in Somalia. They inaugurated, rebuilt the airport of Mogadishu. The Turkish firms are running the airport in the capital Mogadishu, which means that Turkish intelligence acquires every sort of information, whatever it is going in and out from Somalia. Besides that, it is also applicable for the seaport because they also did the same thing for the seaport. So they are also supporting all of these soft power actions with their hard power. They already dispatched to Somalia approximately 200 Turkish soldiers. They are training more than 10,000 Somalian soldiers. And long story short, now they are paving the way in order to get to the next stage, which is the energy cooperation. We all know that Turkey is already adopting a brinkmanship policy in the Eastern Mediterranean vis-a-vis Greece, Italy, and even Israel. We all know that Turkey does not recognize the Eastern Mediterranean exclusive economic zone maps of European Union. So Turkey has no problem to challenge established states like Greece, Republic of Cyprus, European Union. So why not to also assist Somalia in its own disagreement with Kenya? So, of course, as a historian, I cannot foresee the future, but given all of these developments, I think that you should be very cautious. And of course, cooperating with Turkey, flying with Turkish Airlines is perfect. I'm also doing it, right? But do it with open eyes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll leave Dr. Cohen with the Somalia question. Anybody who's interested in my views from my research on Somalia can find me offline. What I do want to comment on is my understanding of the reasons for the creation of Africa Command back in 2007. Let's remember that the Unified Command Plan in the mid-2000s had Africa split between European Command, most of the North Africa, Central Command, much of the Horn of Africa, and Pacific Command with Madagascar and so forth. So the Unified Command Plan divided almost all of the world into the 5 regional unified competent commands of the Department of Defense. Now, as the Bush administration shook down, additional oil company moves began to be reported, something called the Africa Oil Policy Initiative Group, which was advocating for additional US interests in the oil reserves of the Gulf of Guinea. There were presentations to Congress pushed sort of up the steps of Congress by different oil companies saying you need to move the military administrative boundary lines by which the US military divides the world, Africa Command, Central Command, Northern Command, Southern Command, Pacific Command, etc., and move them around so Africa now has should have a higher level of importance given the opportunities to do more things, the corporate interests of the United States military to give itself more things to do in a humanitarian assistance role was the sort of thing that was being considered at the time. But also in terms of any full-scale military operations, sort of Desert Storm style operations in Africa. So I would like to disagree respectfully with my colleague at the other end there and say that my understanding was that the United States Department of Defense decided to move its boundary lines mostly because they thought there were more things coming along in Africa, especially also counterterrorism. This was after September the 11th. And in a very real way, it was just one of these military reorganizations that come along frequently and always get given large amounts of very flowery language covering. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Robinson, and the other panelists for the responses to that first round of questions. I'll take 3 more before we close. Yes, there was one more by side that was asked by Major Saitoti to Professor Wanditi. Please, Professor.
I don't pretend to have answers, my good friend, comrade, but some pointers some pointers, because I know, Major Saitota, I know you work in Karen, the Research Institute. So we should be able to be doing research and be able to get all these things out. But I just have suggestions. I don't want to get into the technicalities of how to measure, but I would refer you to the, if you read the works done by, institutes like Peace Institute, they have what they call FSI, the Fragile State Indicator. So they've been able to develop 12 indicators. One of the indicator is security apparatus. The other indicator is economic growth. They have what we call economic inequality and many others. So then they calibrate those indicators versus the investment of the state. For example, if a Kenyan government invests X amount in the military or in the defense, then you will look at the performance of economic growth. You look at the apparatus of security, you will look at inequality. So if you can be able to create some kind of mathematical model to help you understand whether we are doing badly or we are doing okay. If you look at the FSI, the 2012-2022 statistics, most of the African countries are not doing well. If you go to my recent paper with the Stimson Center, I was looking at the Karamoja cluster, but one of the components I was examining is those indicators. We are still performing badly. Now, when you take this as a proxy vis-a-vis insurgency or representing insurgency, especially the security apparatus, then you can be able to know or determine whether we are doing well or badly. That's the simplest way of measuring military spending vis-a-vis, the other aspect we talked about, the insurgency, whether, it's making sense or not. But I think the most important point is what some of the researches that we are getting or some of the findings that are coming out of studies what I mentioned earlier. The more we invest in the military, it seemed not to be bringing returns as quickly as we would expect. The instability is continuing to exist. In fact, in some cases, or some people have actually argued that, in fact, the insurgencies seem to be getting more motivated. And you are a military, I know, so you know better. The motivation and, to continue doing what they do, it's not deterred by more money into the military weapons. But maybe it's the way we do it, or maybe it's the sophistication of the military hardware that are being deployed. But then we are also yet to get the result, the studies that are I know there's a study going on with the introduction of sophistication in Somalia, for example. What is the result? Are we having lower casualties because now we have sophisticated weapons on the ground, or the result is the correlation is negative? When we get such a study, I think it will give us even more picture of whether the two variables are correlated positively or negatively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. They say that figures don't lie, the statistics don't lie. So please consult that index that the professor has advised that you do. Before I open the floor for the next round, I wanted to go back to the question that was asked about ensuring the balance between freedom from fear and freedom from want. I wanted to add on to what Dr. Wasonga said here about the rule of law. I think there's something else that can be done and that we should be able to do. You can only cure freedom from want by strengthening the economy. Somebody here talked about the fact that you have, I think it was Dr. Andisa, that you have a large population of youth who have no work. They are graduating from this university, from my university, from other universities here and elsewhere in Africa to unemployment. They cannot even self-employ themselves. This is a big crisis. But you can imagine if these students were graduating and the jobs are waiting for them. Like I saw in Austria, I went to Vienna, and in Vienna, the education system is such that when you young people, as they finish school, jobs are waiting for them. There is no even need to advance your studies because there's a job. Here you have to get several degrees and stay for 5 years before you find work. So we fix the economy to fix the issue of freedom from want. Freedom from fear, yes, rule of law, but we also strengthen institutions and run accountable and transparent governance systems so that you don't have the state, situations where the state is abusing human rights or stealing from the poor. You remember the argument by Karl Marx, the state as the instrument of the rich to perpetuate the interests of the rich vis-a-vis the poor or against the poor. I thought I should add on that. Can we have just two? Because I know that my time is up to 5:30. Remember we had lost 30 minutes. So my time is up to 5:30. Yes, please. And I intend us to continue to 5:30. Yes, Dr. Robinson.
I don't think it's about fixing the economy. I think it's about fixing the governance of the state. If the state was interested in honest governance, they would have a lot more time, resources, and energy for jobs and required infrastructure and everything that would be necessary for allowing more jobs to be created.
Absolutely agreed. Totally. We are speaking the same language. We have Dr. Mwatela wanting to speak. Then we have him, gender balance. I cannot have 3 gentlemen. I'll take 2 gentlemen and a lady. Yeah, do we have any lady who wants to speak? Yes, there's a lady there. So Dr. Mwatela, then the gentleman in a beautiful black suit, and the lady right there. Then we shall see whether the man from Rexa must speak to us. Actually, Dr. Mwatela, you will speak and then him, the gentleman from Rexa. Yeah. And then the lady. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
My name is Philip Kaudo. I had 3 questions, but now one has been answered by Dr. Robinson. So I'll only ask 2 questions.
One question.
Okay.
Yes,
let
one.
me ask one. I wanted to maybe to understand the role of military industrial complex in regional instability in this region, because we are said that most of the weapons we acquire, we have, originate from the great powers. So what is the role of military industrial complex in regional instability? Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Rexa, please. The gentleman from Rexa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the contribution that you have given out. Mine is just a comment. What I wanted to say is that small arms control and management cannot be approached from one front. It requires an integrated approach. The government has a role, civil society has a role, the development partners have the role. And for this reason, we need to address the demand factors for you to control small arms control. Why do people need firearms? Is it because of food insecurity, which is affected by climate change? Is it because of unemployment? Is it because of culture? And if it is not the case, then this should be addressed. And also, is it because of wars which are coming, which are along us or within us? It requires what is called intergovernmental cooperation, within the national states. We have to have intra coordination and cooperation within the agencies. The cross-border, because we don't have small arms coordination does not know borders. So cross-border cooperation is significant because it enhances information sharing. Look at the governments have got problems, but they are trying. The problem of weak institutions must be addressed. The problem of harmonization of laws. We have got a lot of law protocols. The Bamako Protocol, which is in 201, the 2001. We had the African Union, especially Ghana. We have got Kinshasa. We have got Nairobi Protocol. But are they implemented by the governments? Because the implementation of these policies, which are there, We have got the ATT, which is a global. We have got the UNPA. Are they implemented? If I give you an example, the Arexa region, which is composed of 15 member states, we have got only 2 countries, that is Seychelles and CAR, which has ratified the ATT. And yet ATT was meant to enhance the transparency, accountability, and responsibility in small arms and large arms trade. Are we doing it? Then each of us has got a role, not only the government. The government should urge to do its work because it has a mandate constitutionally to implement these protocols. But we as a role. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the gentleman from Rexa, that we must simply implement the instruments that exist to control or to deal with the problems that we have. The Arms Trade Treaty, for example. I work globally to ensure I campaign for the implementation of the ATT, and as you say, how many countries are implementing the ATT, including our developed partners from the north. How many are implementing it? The UNPOA since 2001, ATT since 2013. This is your own protocol, Nairobi Protocol, 2005. Has it fully been implemented? Thank you. The lady. Oh, okay. Matela and then the lady. The lady will be the final speaker. Matela and then the lady.
Thank you, Dr. Singo. My question goes to Dr. Cohen, and it's about the issue of Turkey in Somalia. I want to get your thoughts. Some people argue that there is no problem between Kenya and Somalia with regards to the oil block off of the Indian Ocean, but it's external interference by some other foreign actor. And others are arguing that there's a problem between Kenya and Somalia, and the foreign actor is taking sides. What are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on that? Thank you.
The lady, yes.
Good evening. My name is Monica. I'm a student of international relations. Recently, Kenya has started assembling or manufacturing weapons here in Ruiru. My question goes to Dr. Nyandera, and I was wondering, is this the beginning of Kenya military industrial complex? And how will this manufacturing and or assembling of weapons here in Kenya affect our relationship with our trade partners in the military industry? Thank you.
Very good. I think unless there's somebody who has an issue that if they don't speak about it, somebody will die. Yeah. My brother Kule Nyuma, so that you don't say that I ganged you. Yeah. Yes. Final speaker from the floor.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My question, maybe somebody could not have died, but it is good I raised them. I'm Rama Juma from the University of Nairobi, Department of Political Science and Relations. So I had 2 questions, very short. Question number 1, Dr. Wesonga. We have the Bartuk training camps in Laikipia and Turkana. Those are the British military trainings. So some of their training sites, they leave the weapons there, like the landmines, which are killing almost 3 people daily in those places. So is it for the interest of the state or the interest of the people? So when the interest of the state and the people conflict, which should be held? Number 2, Dr. Nyandera, you talked about the access of light weapons in and outside other countries. So for the case of Turkana and northern part of Africa, they're facing from hunger. How can they afford 2 AK-47 when they cannot afford food? Thank you.
Okay. Perhaps I would even go first to respond to that last intervention, because I've done research on the problem of small arms and light weapons and published in the northern parts of Kenya. That gun is the food, my brother. That gun, you're asking, how will they afford money to buy the gun when they cannot afford food? That gun is the food. Without that gun, there is no survival. Why? Because the economy is pastoralist, rely on livestock. And the only way to guard your livestock from external threats and internal ones, from your communities who raid just like you do, and your neighbors across the border, is you can have a gun so that when they strike, you defend your animals because the state is not present. There's always been the problem about lack of state presence. That's why we were saying combine state security with human security, make the police more visible to try to protect, or people to feel that they are protected when raided. But the police are also raided themselves. How many times have the police been killed by the same marauding so-called bandits? I say so-called for a reason that I can speak about in another forum. So that gun is the food, is a tool for that person to be able to survive. Can I just give the panel 2 minutes to respond to the last round of questions? Then I wrap up, please.
Okay, thank you. So the question about the assembly of weapons in Ruiru, I think this particular question, we need to look at it also from a political aspect. The issue of political goodwill will be key here, because I don't know whether this current regime was only exercising political rhetoric when they talked about Kenyans not eating guns and that they are focused on producing food. If that is the attitude they're going to approach this issue, then this particular industry is not going to see the light of day in terms of political goodwill and allocation of resources for investment. But if they realize that this is a critical industry that Kenya needs to develop, then I think the future could be bright in that regard. Thank you.
Yeah, asked about question of landmines. And I'm asking, does the state know about the landmines? And the answer is yes. If you know, then the state knows. Then why does the state allow this? What seems? The state seems to serve interests of diplomatic interests, foreign interests, sacrificing the lives of a few individuals. And that raises a very basic question about the state in Africa. Yeah. Is the state for the people or state for what? Thank you.
Okay, regarding the question about Somalia and Turkey, I can tell you that since the Turkish penetration into Somalia, we began to see a very strong Turkish influence also on the Somalian central government. We all happen to see that there is an erosion of the federal character of the Somalian state. Turkey is trying to impose its own unitary state understanding. So why is it related to our subject? Because in Turkey, when it is coming to the maritime delimitation zones, they basically have a military doctrine called the Blue Homeland Doctrine. Maybe you are familiar with it, but I would like to give you an example from another region in Northern Africa. In November 2019, Turkey signed a maritime delimitation agreement with the government of National Accord of Libya. And this agreement was signed at the expense of the Greek and the Republic of Cyprus's exclusive economic zones. It broke the geographical contiguity between the two countries. I mean, in terms of maritime zone speaking. So how is it related to Somalia and Kenya? If Turkey is capable of imposing its own will in the Eastern Mediterranean, so it can also try to influence that the Somalian central government would also adopt the same type of behavior vis-a-vis Kenya. And given the fact that Turkey already invested in Somalia $1 billion, so in their opinion, now it is time to get this money back and to also to have profit from it. So that is why I think you should take the Turkish involvement in Somalia as a very important challenge. And I do not think that if I was investing in a country $1 billion, I would not wait for the Somalian decision makers to make the wise decision. I would do everything to influence them so that I could also have a profit from it. So I do not think that Turkey can be excluded in a future Somalian and Kenyan disagreement.
Having looked at Somalia on and off since 2017, I would my thoughts would be that the maritime dispute is originated definitely between Kenya and Somalia, but obviously, as Dr. Cohen was saying, Turkey would be only acting in its national interests if it leaned on Somalia to defend every inch of its claimed maritime water territory. As regards the military-industrial complex being a factor in the continuation of African conflicts, that might have been a factor during the Cold War when staggering amounts of Czechoslovak and also Soviet arms was flowing into Africa. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of small arms and light weapons. The flow of small arms and light weapons is enormous. There's tens of thousands of weapons circulating, but it's not necessarily now the interests of the various makers of weapons all around the world that's doing that. It's already gone. They're not necessarily a push factor in this, anything like the same strength as they used to be during the Cold War, because they're getting normal, ordinary contracts from intermediary agents that make them money that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now that brings us to the conclusion of this panel. But before I conclude, I just want to wrap up on the chair's you know, if you can call it a way forward, or what issues have come out that we can say that we can take forward. One, that we must confront the underlying causes of insecurity in our region. We should not just address the direct causes only. For example, this issue of youth unemployment, which spirals and spills over to other problems. What can we do to deal with it? The number two, we must work together. We must strengthen partnerships, especially in the areas of energy. We heard that from His Excellency, the Ambassador. And he also cautioned us, we should not look at ourselves as victims. If you look at yourself as a victim, you throw your hands in the air, and then you conclude there's nothing that can be done. But if you look at yourself as one who can take action, who can confront the challenges that face you, then you will confront them and you will move ahead. And then the other issue that has come out that I have summarized here is about the idea that what is happening next door in Somalia requires that we look at it cautiously. And it is not just the Turkish who have an interest in Somalia, by the way. I was surprised when I heard that it's actually the Norwegians who helped Somalia to draft the case that Somalia took to the ICJ on our maritime boundary dispute with Somalia. That it's the Norwegians who were helping Somalia to take this case to the ICJ. I was shocked, because you expect Norway to be on the side of peace, not antagonism between neighbors. So we should be more cautious. We should be aware as Kenya. And if you know there's a challenge, you begin to develop strategies to confront those challenges. Then the other issue was that small arms and light weapons control requires an integrated approach, and that we must address the demand factors that give rise to communities or people or criminals or whoever it is acquiring illegal guns. We must implement the instruments that exist because they are there and they have been signed on to governments and non-governmental actors. So they should be implemented. And then finally, and this came from Dr. Robinson, we must fix our governance systems. And I agree with him totally. For me, it is a question of leadership, first and foremost. We must have a leadership. And by the way, we have a new government in Kenya. So we should be optimistic that
the new government is going to do some of the things that we are saying. Otherwise, if we don't, then we are becoming victims, that we are assuming nothing is possible, nothing can be done. So we must fix our governance systems. And when I say our, I don't just mean in Kenya, across Africa. Okay? And we must then ensure that we govern ourselves better. If we do so, I think, then the countries that have a reason, like the examples I was giving of South Korea and Singapore, then we can also then be able to, through transparency, through accountability, through democracy, although some people have said democracy is not the only model that can lead people to transform themselves. Dictatorships. China is not a democracy, but China has risen up. So well, that's a debate for another day. But that we need to ensure that we have a people-centered governance system that can lift ourselves from the problems that we have. So those are my summaries from this panel. I want again to thank you deeply, my panelists. Thank you so much. I want to thank the participants for making this panel so lively. Although we came last, I think we have done well. I didn't see anybody dozing off. So can we applaud ourselves? Thank you so much. And may I hand over the microphone to Professor Onditi to take us next.
Thank you, comrade. I'm just checking at what we are getting there. We are not doing badly. We still lag behind the 15 or 20 minutes that we lost, but we are trying to catch up. So we have 2 steps to go and just finalize so that we can move on. The question then we ask ourselves after this is, so what next? I'll just try to give some hints. As I said, I never have solutions, in such a forum. I think for me, the most important thing is to identify the issues and try to frame them as appropriately as possible, rather than rushing into solutions, because as we see, we can never have a one-tagged solution. It has to be comprehensive. We have to engage. We have to get all the partners on board moving forward. We have, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, just recognize him. He will be giving the VOT and dissolving this congregation in a short while. But before that, I will welcome, Yahe, who will give conclusion. But before she does that, I just wanted to ask the question, what next? Just a few things. Because we are all gathered here and we are scholars, you're asking, so what will happen? We never send the papers to be published. Are there going to be more projects, etc., etc.? We are very much aware that, in such a forum or post such a forum, there is an appetite for, publications and other things. So we have some few options that are emerging from this research project. We called this conference phase 1. But there's going to be phase 2 in terms of moving forward. So there are 3 things that we might be thinking about, moving forward. But of course, networks and coaching will continue without a structured approach. One of it is we have the option of continuing to do research together, coalescing together around global powers or global actors. And we may call upon some of you to join different research streams so that we see what could happen. And progressively, if we get to a point where we think we have quality papers that have emerged out of the team or different streams, what would happen is that the scientific committee, which is led by able panelists and moderators and ourselves that you've seen in this conference, we would put our heads together and ask ourselves the hard questions. Are those papers, worth moving into the next stage of publication? If the answer to that question would be yes, then what would happen is we shall decide whether we want to do an edited volume, or alternatively, we can do a special issue, but we can also do both. We can do special issue as a midterm outcome, and then later on, we can do an edited volume. But you can trust on us because we have, all these professors have established enough networks with the credible publishers. You talk of Routledge, talk of university presses and others that we can be able to knock our doors, and we believe they will open for our work to be published. So that will happen, but then it will depend on how much you pull up your socks in terms of quality, because we can only move with those that will show possibilities of being reviewed, first of all, at our level, and those that will pass our level, then we can take them to another level, which is, of course, peer review, and so on and so forth. So communications will be coming from us, and we are going to set up a secretariat. I don't want to mention who will be members, but everything will evolve and we shall communicate appropriately. And we want to encourage, especially postgraduate students as part of mentorship. Those of you who have spent your time doing research, those of you who spend time, doing, studies in this field or in the area that we have had a conversation today, please start preparing something. And one of the things that we encourage students is, especially those who want to start publishing, is you can look at your PhD or your master's thesis and try to see whether you could extract a question or a research question that you can address along the way, and then it gets into a publication. So that is the next, what would be next. Now I want to welcome Yael to give us conclusion and possibly also touch on the way forward from here, just before we welcome our DVC for resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I was the one to greet you this morning. Good morning. And now I greet you. Good evening. So we spent a very long, but I hope a very fruitful day together. And thank you for each and one of you for joining us to this train process. It was exciting. Thank you. Let me I was asked, I was entrusted with summarizing the whole conference, which is not an easy task. But let me try my best and let us summarize and open for new tracks, for new conferences and meetings in the future. So just one on the personal note, one small remark. Predators, Professor Macharia Munene used this terminology. So I say you should embrace them. The fact that the predators are coming here, and recently we see such a big movement. I don't know if we want to call them predators, but we can definitely, we see many international, statal, but also non-statal actors, positive and less positive, who come here. So part of them should be embraced, I believe, and you can embrace them. Part of them you should take cautiously and see how you can take the challenge in the best way that serves African interests and East African interests especially. So I would say African Union with Kenya in it becomes an important hub, transportational, finance hub, but most important knowledge hub, a hub of knowledge, education, and yes, I think we can say and conclude human capital with a big, huge human capital potential, at least. Kenya, I believe we can see Kenya has started the process of fulfilling this potential. So the region becomes, in many senses, a capital hub that is a part that you cannot put a part of a modern economy with a high percentage of value-added products and sector services. So capital is the key word. I think we can conclude and see that it doesn't matter which panel we addressed, we came with the main topic of the importance of human capital. And this might be and would be, I believe, the key of this regional course towards the success, or let us not voice it, but human capital is the key issue, of course, and we could see it through all the panels that we had. East African is again regional geostrategic core, as we could see during the conversations that we had today. Investments we see international corporations, not just Chinese. We see many global players as Microsoft and that were mentioned here, and I think that these players, they sense something, they see something, they see this capital that is integral part of this continent. It is here. So it's just a question, just is a bit, it's a question of, again, the will, the political and the civil will. And these two do intervene, and they are interconnected. We cannot skip this issue. And trade, this is East African, with Kenya at its center becomes the trade corridor, a very important one. Thanks to Chinese, thanks to some very problematic decisions that put a very heavy burden on Kenya, but still, for the next stage. And again, this is the political and the civil will that will take you in this or that direction. But still, we should also address some challenges that went and had risen through our discourses that we had today. So we see some challenges, very bold, which are weak states and institutions, which are weak, and problems of legitimacy by governments, by their actually societies. So all of these are intermixed with each other, and we cannot put them apart. We see weakened societies with low human security, and we had spoken about it pretty much. We see regional border transcending conflicts that here to stay. So again, political will and social will, they should combine their efforts somehow. This is a challenge, but of course, this challenge can be taken, if it will be, would be taken seriously by the people and the governments, it can be addressed. We had touched upon the Pan-African Union. Is it a panacea, I'm asking, to the lack of common action in the continent, in the region? Is it a cure? Is it the ultimate cure to all the problems? If the Pan-African Union or common action by that union, is it a realistic thing? How much does it and can it deliver? What is the percentage of the political content of the common action by the African Union organization? This is a question mark. Climate and gender challenges are a part of an urgent need to address the human capital challenges in the region. And again, I don't want to take more of our time, because all of us, we are tired, and this is about the time to proceed to other parts of our day. But we could see that there are many challenges, but still, this is the importance of this region is on the rise. There is no question mark above this statement, I would say. And this is the reason why we see all these international actors so active here recently. And we see American different administrations, yes. Trump's kind of, all of us know, a very specific way of his I don't know, juxtaposing himself, but that administration and the current one, all of them, both of them pay importance and action to this region. And they put aid finances, not of, in Israel we say, not of the love of Moses. Which means something which is done without any, without looking for any rewards. But these are made because the most important hegemon still believes in this continent. So let me just finalize on this happy note. And let me please invite Dr. John Moriti. He's a DVC Finance and Administration of Riara University. And on very personal note, I would say that Dr. Moriti was following and overwatching the whole process of this conference from its commencement until this evening. Thank you and welcome, Dr. Moriti.
Thank you, Ahel. Good evening, everybody. I'll be very brief because we are all tired. Professor Nditi, do I have your permission to just give the vote of thanks, or are we doing some?
DVC. So we would like to honor our visitors just before the DVC gives his dissolution remarks. Just a Pan-African, walking in the Pan-African pathway. We have no magnitude of thanks that we can give that is equivalent to the kind of contribution that the embassy, the ambassador, and the entire delegation from Israel universities have done. If I said earlier, if we were quantifying, such things, it would be in millions. But unfortunately, we don't. But the good thing is that we are human, and we can appreciate just right from deep from our hearts. And so Dr. Murithi will lead on that. And I want to welcome somebody who will assist him to do that. That is Pauline. Pauline and Beatrice from the School of International Relations. And Pauline is our director of marketing. She is very swift. All the colorful things you see in Riara University is attributed to her. She does proper coordination, and I think even now, were it not for her team, we would not be able to succeed. So Pauline, and then after that, Dr. Murithi will perform his duty.
Thank you very much, Professor Nditi. Thank you very much for honoring our call. Thank you very much for being our guests. I'm not going to say much. I'm here on official duty, so I'm going to perform my duty. Would like to appreciate you the African way and the best way we know how. And so I'm going to start with the first name. And our DVC, Dr. Murithi, is going to present the gifts. So we just have a small gift. This is our way of Riara University saying thank you. Thank you for planning this with us. And thank you for being our guest. So the first one is to His Excellency Michael Lotem, Ambassador of Israel to Kenya. Thank you very much.
One more word of thanks to this lady. So in the morning I was thanking this lady, and now I'm thanking this lady.
Thank you, that's an honor. So the next one goes to a special person I met very recently, but we've gotten to do many things together in just 2 weeks. Madam Yael Lotem. Thank you very much. All right. So the next person is Miss Sharon Ba David. I have to apologize if I massacre your names. Thank you. Then we have Dr. Hay Cohen. Then we have Professor Galia Sabar.